Krsna korice shakati devana So, did he talk about the donation at all with you this small or what?
I gave it to him earlier.
Oh, you gave it, okay.
Krishna
read the translation?
O Vaishnav Thakur, you're an ocean of mercy, being compassionate upon the servant.
Give her the mic.
Purify me by giving me
Madhavi.
the shade of your feet, of which I take hold.
You're not turning on the...
Help me to subdue the 6 urges and purify my 6 faults. Bestow upon this servant
Today
the
is
6
very
qualities
long.
of a
Today is
devotee,
very long.
and give me the 6 times
Harikatha.
of devotional
We
association.
will use up all of the
I am
internet.
waiting in hope of attaining your association. Alone, I do not have the strength to perform Harinam
Try to what?
Sankirtan. Being kind and giving me 1 drop of faith. Bestow upon me the priceless treasure.
Okay, but I don't know if that'll last. There's many hours.
Krishna is yours, so you have the power to.
All right. Okay. Okay.
I am only a beggar running behind you, calling out, Krishna, Krishna.
What about a good Gauranga Nityananda song for this occasion, huh? What song would that be? Come on, you're the Gaudiya Giti Gucha man. Huh? How about Mahaprabhu, that he's also Krishna? Okay, there's another one too though, isn't there? Yes, that one. It's better known. Yes.
Marsh, will you sing it?
You can sing. You know how? You know that song?
I think so.
Yes.
Which one, Maharaj?
Jai Nanda Nandana by Srila Govinda Das Kaviraj.
Jaya Nandana Nandana Gopi Jana Vallabha Radha Nayaka Nagarashama
Jai Nanda Nandana Gopi Jana Radha Nayaka Nagarasham. You have to raise the key a little bit. Very nice. Read the translation.
All glories to the son of Nanda Maharaj, the beloved of the gopis, and the hero of Radha. The gallant Sham, the very same son of Sachi, is the monarch of Nadia and the abode of all beauty, who enchants the minds of the gods and sages. All glories to he who has adorned his body with his own beloved's radiant luster. All glories to he who takes pleasure in the bhavs of his dearest one. All glories to he who brings auspiciousness to the eyes of the maidens of Raj. All glories to he who delights the eyes of the residents of Nadia. All glories to Sridham, Sudam, Subal, and Arjun, whose forms are like new rain clouds that increase the ocean of rain. All glories to Ramai, Pandit, Shrivas, and their beautiful brothers, all of whom are dear companions of Mahaprabhu. All glories to the incomparable Lord, who captivates the entire universe. All glories to the exceedingly powerful Balaram's dear younger brother, Krishna. All glories to he who is the bliss of Sri Nityananda Prabhu, Gauranga. All glories to these two who eradicate the fears of the devotees. Govinda Das's hopes and aspirations start with them.
Jai. What's next on the list? The krama, the sequence. Huh? Yeah, because it's Janmastami day, so now I think it's time to start in on the Krishna Kirtans and Radha also. So, what are we going to put on this list of delectable items in our feast of Kirtan today? What's good starting one?
I don't know how long we're doing Kirtan for, but
Till midnight.
like on Janmastami Day, we would have us, right? We would sing Mangala Gita like you read.
Yeah, Mangala Gitam.
And also, Tashavata Stotra, we would have us sing. And then Nandanandanashtakam, Rajavata.
Oh yes, absolutely. So in what order should we do this? What? Huh?
Yeah, so we do it in that order, like what I was.
Shrita Kamala. Yeah. Shrita Kamala was the #1 main song on major events. Gurudev always was highlighting that, and of course in his Harikatha also he's mentioned this in a number of the different Harikathas for Janmastami. Yeah. So we have to read Shrita Kamala, Kuchamandala, Drita Kundala. Go to that song in our song book. By Sri Jayadev Goswami. Which melody? You can sing it. Which melody?
Well, there's two melodies.
Yeah, Shrita Kamala Kuchamandala Drita Kundala. And there's what?
The movie Maharaj melody, you know?
Oh, that one. That's a little complex and yeah. Okay, we'll just do the Shrita Kamala, the first one, the first melody. I'll sing this one. Okay? Jai Jai Shri Janmastami Kirtana Ki Jai, Shri Krishna Janmastami Ki Jai, the transcendental appearance day of Bhagavan Swayam, Shri Krishna, son of Nanda Maharaj, son of Mother Yashoda Ki Jai, Gaura Premanande. Shrita Kamala Kuchamandala Drita Kundala. Shrita Kamala Kuchamandala Drita Kundala. Oh Kalita Lalita Vanamala Kalita Deva Hare Kalita Lalita Vanamala Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Kamala Kuchamandala Drita Kondalaye Shrita Kamala Drita Kondala Drita Kondalaye Kalita Lalita Vanamala Kalita Lalita Kalita Lalita Vanamala Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Kalita Lalita Jaya Jaya Deva Hare 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 Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Nanda Vilala Yashoda Vilala Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Nanda Vilala Yashoda Vilala Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Radhe Krishna Govinda Mani Mandala Mandana Bhava Kandanaye Dina Mani Kaliya Visha Dharatanjana Janaranjanaye Kaliya Visha Dharatanjana Yadukula Nalina Dinesha Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Yadukula Nalina Dinesha Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Nanda Dudala Yashoda Dudala Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Nanda Madhumura Naraka Vinashana Gurudasanaye Madhumura Naraka Vinashana Gurudasanaye Surakula Nidana Asurakula Nidana Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Surakula Jaya Jaya Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Nanda Yashoda Dudala Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Radhe Amala Kamala Dala Lochana Bhavamochana Ye Amala Amala Kamala Dala Lochana Bhavamochana Ye Amala Kamala Dala Tribhuvana Bhavana Nidhana Tribhuvana Tribhuvana Bhavana Nidhana Oh Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Jita Dushanaye Janaka Sita Krita Bhushana Jita Dushanaye O Janaka Sita Krita Bhushana Jita Dushanaye Janaka Sita Krita Bhushana Jita Dushanaye Samara Shamita Dashakanta Samara Shamita Samara Shamita Dashakanta Jaya Jaya Deva Hari Samara Shamita Dashakanta Jaya Jaya Deva Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Nanda Devara Yashoda Devara Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Yashoda Devara Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Jaya Jaya Deva Abhinava Jaladhara Sundara Drita Mandara Abhinava Sundara Abhinava Jaladhara Sundara Drita Mandara Abhinava Jaladhara Sundara Drita Mandara Shiva Kachandra Chakora Oh Shiva Kachandra Chakora Radha Mukha Chandra Chakora Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Shiva Kachandra Chakora Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Nanda Yashoda Devara Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopala Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Tava Charane Pranathavayam iti bhavaya bhavacharane pranatavaya iti bhavaya bhavacharane pranatavaya iti bhavaya bhavacharane pranatavaya iti bhavaya okuru kushalam pranateshu Kushalam pranateshu Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Jaya Deva Kaverigam Ukuru Temuram Shri Jaya Deva Kaverigam Ukuru Temuram Shri Jaya Deva Kaverida Kurute Mudam Shri Jaya Deva Kaverida Mangalayujvala Gita Mangalayujvala Gita Jaya Jaya Deva Hare Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol 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 Hari Bol, 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 Hari Bol. Jai Radha, Jai Jai Radha, Jai Jai Radha. You're all supposed to say Radha when I say Radha. You say it loud. Jai Jai Radha, Radha. Jai Jai Radha, Jai Jai Radha, Jai Jai Radha. Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha, Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha 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 Ramana Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Radhe, Radhe, Radhe. You have to say Govinda when I say Radhe, and when I say Govinda, you say Radhe. Oh, Radhe, 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 Radhe. Govinda, 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 Govinda. Oh, Radhe, 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 Radhe. Jaya Krishna, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Bolo, Jaya Radhe, Krishna, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna. Jaya Sachidanand, Jaya Gaura Hari, Sachidanand, Jaya Gaura Hari. Jaya Sachidanand, Jaya Gaura Hari, Sachidanand, Jaya Gaura Hari. Gaura He, Gaura He, Gaura He, Gaura He. Gaura He, Gaura He, Gaura He. Krishna Janmastami ki, Shri Krishna Janmastami Mahamahotsav ki, Shri Krishna Janmastami ki, Nanda Maharaj ki, Yashoda Maiya ki, Dauji Baiya ki, Krishna Kamaiya ki, Bhagavanande. Jai Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. So wonderful today that we have come to this most auspicious Titi in our annual observance of all the Vaishnava festivals. This one and Gaur Purnima, these are the topmost. And where are we observing this festival? Where is our body located? As we're observing this festival? Where? In Navadvip Dham ki. And Navadvip is none different than Vrindavan Braj Dham ki jai. So, this is very fortunate for us. Already 1:15. Good. So today we want to hear. We want to do Shravanam Kirtanam. And we want to hear from our great Acharyas, who are the emissaries of Sri Krishna in this world, and who have given Krishna to the whole world. So, first I'm offering my Pushpanjali at the lotus feet of my Gurudev Guru Parampara. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Vansha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Namo Mahabhadanaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namane Gauda Tvishe Namah. Nityanandam Namastubhyam Premananda Pradayane Kalo Kalmashanashaya Janava Pataye Namaha. Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam. All together. Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanshana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jayatam Suruto Pangor Mama Mandamater Gati Matsarvasva Padam Bojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyad Vrindaranya Kalpa Drumadha Shimad Ratnagar Singhasanasto Shimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Preshtalibhi Sevyamano Smarami Shriman Rasarasarambhi Vam Shiva Tata Takstitaha Harshan Venu Sunair Gopir Gopinata Shriyestuna Bhaktya Vihina Aparadha Lakshay Kshiptascha Kamari Taranga Madhye Kripa Maitvam Sharanam Prapanna Brinde Numaste Charanaravindam Brinde Numaste Charanaravindam Brindai Tulsi Devyai Priyai Keshavasya Cha Krishna Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavachai Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya, everyone, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. First of all, I'm offering my unlimited Dandavat Pranams, my Koti Koti Dandavat Pranams, my Shraddha Pushpanjali at the lotus feet of my most worshipable, beloved Gurudev, who saved me from the endless ocean of material existence and gave me this transcendental movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Nitya Leela Pravishta Om Vishnu Pad Paramahansa Ashtotara Shata Sri Shila A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada. And then I'm offering equally so my unlimited Dandavat Pranams and my Shraddha Pushpanjali at the lotus feet of my most worshipable, beloved Siksha Gurudevs, Nitya Leela Pravishta Om Vishnu Pad Paramahansa Asto Tarashata Sri Shila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Goswami Maharaj and Nitya Leela Pravishta Om Vishnu Pad Paramahansa Asto Tarashata Sri Shila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. Both of these divine personalities followed in the wake of Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada in his worldwide preaching. And as he presented the transcendental Srimad Bhagavatam, cream, topmost of all Vedic literatures, to the whole world, as he presented Srimad Bhagavad Gita as it is, as he presented Sri Chaitanya Charitamritam, as he presented the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Nectar of Devotion, and so many other books to the whole world and made the platform by which in the future and at the present time when he was on the planet, the other exalted Mahabhagwat Rasik, Vraj Rasik Vaishnavas, they would also embellish what he gave. They would also deliver the most profound meanings given by all the 6 Goswamis and all of the Rupanuga Vaishnava Acharyas. And they would help us to go deeply into this transcendental movement given by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, through which we will be enabled to approach the divine transcendental realm of Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the spiritual world, Sri Goloka Vrindavan, and serve there at the lotus feet of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna under the guidance of the Sakhis, under the guidance of the Manjaris, Rupa Manjari, Rati Manjari, and others. So I bow down unlimitedly at their lotus feet, because without their ongoing siksha, I would not have been able to come to understand what the teachings given by my Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, truly were. I mean, I understood, but there are so many levels of understanding. And this is what I'm trying to express, that without the Siksha Gurus, we could not progress and go to the deeper and deeper levels that we will have to do in this life and in the next one, and however many lifetimes it will take us. We will have to go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. So, from our beginning stage, we are trying. We are trying to follow their instructions. And without their instructions, we could not appreciate this transcendental movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, and I'm offering my unlimited Dandavat pranams to the lotus feet of all my Sri Sri Rupanuga Acharyas. And I'm offering my Dandavat pranams to all of the Vaishnavas, all of the Vaishnavis, all throughout this world, on this Janmastami day, in all the different time zones, who are going to be celebrating Sri Krishna Janmastami today. And I pray for their mercy so that I can speak a few words on this Janmastami day. Give a phone call to her why she's not here. Where to begin? Where to begin? Well, I'm going to tell you where I'm going to begin. I'm going to begin with Srila Prabhupada's words. That's where I'm going to begin. So, Srila Prabhupada wrote the Krishna book. And why did he write the Krishna book? Because now his movement had gone across the oceans and spanned out to different countries, and there had been a few hundred disciples initiated, and they were also going and they were starting temples, and this way Prabhupada's movement was truly becoming international from his humble beginnings in a tiny little storefront in New York City. So as his movement spread, Srila Prabhupada could understand the very, very great necessity of giving the complete 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Because first of all, he would often say that, he doesn't know how much longer he will be with us. He would say, 80 and such years have already passed. You see. So he was in a hurry. He was in a hurry to give what he was going to give in that time period. And that was a time period of about 12 years, which you can kind of cut off about 1 year of that for the first year before things really started to progress and get rolling and books began to be produced. So Srila Prabhupada could see also in his disciples that they needed to get the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Of course, Srila Prabhupada had told different pastimes and mentioned that in various purports and so forth. But the actual 10th canto, that's the Srimad Bhagavatam. Everything is for that. The whole Srimad Bhagavatam is for that. Even the 11th and 12th canto are simply for the purpose of giving Krishna's life, Krishna's transcendental pastimes to the whole world, to the universe. Srimad Bhagavatam. And Prabhupada had actually planned, he told us very early on, that his plan was that his production of the Srimad Bhagavatam was going to be 60 volumes. And he wrote this, he wrote this like when only 3 volumes, the first canto, were printed. And he wanted to take standing orders from bookshops and other places. But it will be 60 volumes. And what would make it 60 volumes? 30 volumes for all the other cantos, 1 through 9, 11 and 12. And 30 volumes for 10th canto, 90 chapters of 10th canto. How? Why? Why would it be so voluminous? 10th canto. 90 chapters expanded into 30 volumes. Why? Take a guess. Because the commentaries by the acharyas is the whole thing. The commentaries by the acharyas, what they gave in their commentaries. He had this desire for it to be fully presented. Fully presented. Can you take a chair? So, but Srila Prabhupada condensed the commentaries of the acharyas in his Bhaktivedanta purports, which are extraordinary, beautiful, wonderful. And without his Bhaktivedanta purports, nobody in the Western world would have become Krishna devotees. Did you know that? Nobody. There weren't Krishna devotees in the Western world without the Bhaktivedanta purports of the Bhagavad Gita. There weren't. So, this presentation by Srila Prabhupada, it was meant for the whole world, but starting in the English language. Why? Because his Guru Maharaj had ordered him that you are all educated young men. First time they met, you are all educated young men. You should preach this message in English language to the whole world. So, I was just reading the other day, Prabhupada's commenting on that. He said that was his first connection with his Guru Maharaj. That was his connection. And that order stayed with him till his last breath, on his head. Gurvagyam Shirashidharyam. Gurvagyam Shirashidharyam means he took the order of his guru on his head. So, Shaktyavesha Swarupane. Nityananda Shakti descended in him and made it possible. We'll talk all about this tomorrow, because tomorrow is his appearance day. Yes, tomorrow is Nanda Otsav. And do you know that Nanda Maharaj became very ecstatic when he saw Krishna? That early morning, he came and saw Krishna for the first time. Became very ecstatic. We're going to read about how ecstatic Nanda Maharaj became. From where? Ananda Vrindavan Champu. Yes. When he saw Krishna for the first time. When Mother Yashoda saw Krishna for the first time. So, I forgot my train of thought. Just before that what was I saying?
10th canto.
Yeah, I know, 10th canto. So, so Shaktavesha Swarupane. He became empowered personality to give this to the whole world. And without him, no one would have known about Krishna. No one would have known the 2 words Hare Krishna. What to speak of the 16-word Mahamantra. No one would have known in the Western world. So many gurus, swamis, yogis, bogis came, and not one Krishna devotee at all. Now we also see on internet how they don't even mention Krishna's name ever, but they're Sadguru. They don't even mention. Somebody asked him, what about Bhagavad Gita? Oh, I'm not familiar with that. Bogus. Rascals. My Guru Maharaj said that 10,000 times while he was present in his preaching. Maybe more than 10,000. So, thing is that on this day we have to remember Srila Prabhupada, because without him no one would be sitting here on Janmastami day and hearing about Krishna with relish, with appreciation, with gratitude and all of that. So Srila Prabhupada, he said in his preface to the Krishna book, Nivritta Tarshair Upagiyamanat. This is the 4th shlok of the 1st chapter of 10th canto. And this is spoken by who? By Maharaj Parikshit to Shukadev Goswami. He says, Nirvritta Tarshair Upagiyamanad Bhavo Sadach Trotramano Biramat Ka Uttama Shloka Gunanuvadat Puman Virajyeta Vina Pashugna. So before Prabhupada gives the translation to that verse, he just quotes it. But he says, in the Western countries, when someone sees the cover of a book like Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then he immediately asks, who is Krishna? Or who is the girl with Krishna? Etc. And the immediate answer is, what? Yes, that Krishna, he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And how is that? Because he conforms in exact detail to the descriptions of the Supreme Being, the Godhead. In other words, Krishna is the Godhead because he is all attractive. Outside the principle of all attraction, there is no meaning to the word Godhead. How is it that one can be all attractive? Well, first of all, if one is very wealthy, if he has great riches, oh, he becomes attractive to the people in general, isn't it? Don't we see that? That's why newspapers, news, oh, this billionaire, this trillionaire, you know. Why? Because this is opulence, bhaga. So Prabhupada's writing this for the English-speaking audience. He's not quoting all the Sanskrit, but he's explaining the principle. He's saying, then similarly, if someone is very powerful, he also becomes attractive. If someone is very famous, he also becomes attractive. That's all they do on internet all the time. This celebrity, this celebrity, this celebrity. Someone is very famous, he becomes attractive. If someone is very beautiful, or if someone is very wise, or if they're very unattached to all kinds of possessions, he also becomes attractive. So, from practical experience, we can observe that one is attractive due to the possession, due to wealth, power, fame, beauty, wisdom, and renunciation. These 6. And one who is in possession of all 6 of these opulences at the same time, and who possesses them to an unlimited degree, he is understood to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So these opulences of the Godhead, they are delineated by Parashara Muni, who is a very great authority. Prabhupada doesn't quote the verse, but what is it? Samagrasya viryasya Aishwaryasya samagrasya viryasya yashashakshriya jnana vairagyayos-chaiva sannam bhaga itingina. That's the father of Vyasadeva who spoke that verse. And he's defining here what is the meaning of the word Bhagavan. Krishna is called Bhagavan. His incarnations are also called Bhagavan. But he has a special position amongst all the Bhagavans. And what is that special position? He is Swayam Bhagavan. That means the source of all the Bhagavans. So then Prabhupada says that we have seen many rich persons, many powerful persons, many famous persons, many beautiful persons, many learned and scholarly persons, and also persons in the renounced order of life unattached to material possessions. But we have never seen any one person who is unlimitedly and simultaneously wealthy, powerful, famous, beautiful, wise, and unattached like Krishna. I remember when I first read these words. When I was brand new, the Krishna book was there on a wooden book stand from India, one of those collapsing book stands. And I opened it up and I started looking at all the pictures, all the beautiful paintings, and wow. You know. And then I began to read the beginning words. And I remembered reading this and saying, yup, he's the one, yup. So, There has never been anyone like Krishna in the history of all humanity. And Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is a historical person who appeared on this earth 5,000 years ago. Yes. And he stayed on this earth for how many years? 125 years. And while he was on this earth, he played exactly like a human being. But his activities were unparalleled. So from the very moment of his appearance up to the moment of his disappearance, every one of his activities is unparalleled in the history of the world. And therefore, anyone who knows what we mean by Godhead, they will accept Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. No one is equal to the Godhead. No one is greater than Him. That is the import of the familiar saying, God is great. That familiar saying, Prabhupada is saying, God is great. And there are various classes of men in the world who speak of God in different ways, but according to the Vedic literatures and according to the great acharyas, the authorized persons versed in the knowledge of God in all ages, like who? Acharyas, like Shankar, Ramanuja, Madhva, Vishnu Swami, Lord Chaitanya, and all their followers by disciplic succession. They all unanimously agree that Krishna is what? The Supreme
Personality of Godhead.
Say it louder.
Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Okay, they all agree. Now, as far as we, the followers of Vedic civilization, are concerned, we accept the Vedic history of the whole universe, and which consists of different planetary systems called Swargalok, or the higher planetary system, Martyalok, or the intermediary planetary system, Patal Loka, or the lower planetary system. We accept this because we're followers of the Vedas. So the modern historians of this earth, they cannot supply historical evidences of events that occurred before 5,000 years ago. Yes or no? They're stuck there. They speculate, and the atheistic scientists, so-called knee-scientists, they speculate how old is the universe, and they like to use their big, huge, words like billions, trillions, zillions, quadrillions of years, but they have no idea. Why? Because they can't know. There's no way that they can know. Only from the Vedas. Then you can know everything. So these modern historians of this earth, they cannot supply any historical evidences of events that occurred before 5,000 years ago. And the anthropologists, they say that 40,000 years ago, Homo sapiens, that's us, according to the scientists, Homo sapiens. Did you know that? That you're a Homo sapien? These Homo sapiens, before 40,000 years ago, they had not appeared on this planet because evolution had not reached that point. Right? Evolution. Because you all came. Ultimately, before 40,000 years ago, this is what they say, from what? You evolved from what? Big, huge monkeys. Yes, that's what they say. And Homo sapien, they've made drawings, how he's like a cross between, just like now they're standing up on their 2 legs instead of 4, and then they start to look a little bit more human. They have a little bit less hair on their bodies. All speculation, all complete liars, cheaters. But The Vedic histories, such as the Puranas and Mahabharata, they relate human histories which extend millions and billions of years into the past. For example, from these literatures, we are given the histories of Krishna's appearances and his disappearances millions and billions of years ago. In the 4th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells Arjuna that both he and Arjuna had had many births before, and that he, Krishna, could remember all of them, but Arjuna could not. This illustrates the difference between the knowledge of Krishna and that of Arjuna. Arjuna might have been a very great warrior, a well-cultured member of the Kuru dynasty, but after all, he was an ordinary human being, whereas Krishna, the Supreme Personality of, is the possessor of unlimited knowledge. So because he possesses unlimited knowledge, Krishna has a memory that is boundless. So, Srila Prabhupada's campaign for all the 12 years that he was in the West, and his morning walks and so forth, his process was to expose the ignorance of the atheistic so-called scientists, expose them and completely crush them and defeat them. So who is the person that said these following words? There is a person in our disciplic succession who made this statement, bold statement, loud and clear, that if this movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is to go throughout the length and breadth of this world, as Mahaprabhu predicted, then what will have to happen? Western civilization will have to be crushed. Everyone please say those words from Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Western civilization will have to be crushed. Thank you. So, yes. Because in the 4th chapter, Krishna states that he can remember instructing the lessons of the Bhagavad Gita some millions of years ago to who? The sun god, Vivasvan. Huh? Yes. Krishna can go to Vivasvan. Krishna can go to any planet. Krishna can appear in any universe. And he does. But nowadays, it is the fashion of who? The atheistic class of men to try to become God by following some mystic process. So generally, the atheists, they claim to be God by dint of their imagination or their meditational prowess. I remember when I heard this, when I came to the Hare Krishna movement. I never heard this before because I grew up in the Christian, civilization family like that. I never heard that there was a class of men who claim to be God. Like regular human beings, but they're claiming to be God. And not only are they doing that, they're claiming, I am God, you are God, we are all God. So when I heard that, I thought, this is madness. So, why? Yes. Generally, the atheists claim to be God by dint of their imagination or their meditational prowess. Krishna is not that kind of God. He does not become God by manufacturing some mystic process of meditation, nor does he become God by undergoing the severe austerities of the mystic yogic exercises. So properly speaking, he never becomes God because he is the Godhead in all circumstances. Now within the prison of his maternal uncle, Kamsa, where his father and his mother were confined. Now, Prabhupada is starting to tell us what Srimad Bhagavatam is mentioning about that person, Krishna. So within the prison of his maternal uncle Kamsa, where his father and mother were confined, Krishna appeared outside his mother's body as what? The four-handed Vishnu Narayan. Then he turned himself into a baby, and he told his father to carry him to the house of Nanda Maharaj and his wife Yashoda. So when Krishna was just a small baby, the gigantic demoness Putana attempted to kill him. But when he sucked her breast, and I want to embellish who she was, because I was just reading it in Prabhupada's purport. She was a child-killing, blood-drinking demoness. She loved killing hundreds and thousands of children, babies, and drinking their blood. Now, is that a nice lady? No, that's a Rakshashi, a witch, very evil. Yes. But she came with a plan to kill Krishna. And what did she do? What was the props she used to try to kill Krishna? First of all, she made herself, because she was extremely horrific looking, a demoness, sharp teeth and ghastly looking. But what did she do with her mystic demon power? And by the way, these demons, Rakshasas, have the ability to change their forms. Not just only back then, they're around still now. Not as many as back then, but they have that power and that capability, and they also inhabit different planets in our universe. That's one of their mystic capabilities. So, they can shift shape, as it's called in modern terminology. So she came as a very beautiful, innocent-looking, kind-hearted-looking, attractive, like a demigoddess. She dressed herself and she looked like that. And she came to the door of Mother Yashoda's maternity room. And nobody stopped her, because they became covered by what? Yogamaya. Yes. So that Krishna's pastime could take place. Even Mother Yashoda, she thought, oh, what a nice lady. She wants to breastfeed my Lala. Oh, come, come. And then Putana didn't waste any time at all. What did she do? She had smeared very powerful poison that even the slightest tiny little drop of it will kill hundreds of people. So she smeared that on her nipple of her breast, and she saw Krishna there in the crib. And when she saw Krishna, and Krishna saw her, what did Krishna do?
Closed his eyes.
He closed his eyes. Please tell us why.
Because he was remembering in his manifestation of Lord Rama, he also had to kill a woman. He didn't want to do this. Close his eyes. Also,
His manifestation as Lord what?
Lord Rama.
Rama?
Rama.
Okay.
Karma.
Okay.
But he knew that she was a demon.
Yeah.
Different commentary.
Yes, yes. So Krishna closed his eyes. Then she came forward, took the child up in her arms, and pushed her breast nipple into his mouth. And what did Krishna do as a tiny little baby who didn't even have practically the strength to turn himself over in the crib? Right? What did Krishna do with his tiny little hands and his arms? He squeezed her breast, and began to suck. Now, if you think that anyone can match the Supreme Personality of Godhead in His ability to suck on a demon's breast, no one can be like Krishna. So Krishna began to suck on her breast, just like a little baby. He didn't assume any other form. And what happened? She suddenly understood, oh, what is going on? My life heirs. Krishna began to pull out of her body by sucking her entire pran, her life heirs. Yes. She began to scream, and she tried to pull the baby off, but she could not, and the baby held on.
Child, believe me.
Now, how powerful was Putana?
10,000 elephants.
She was as strong as 10,000 elephants. We can't even barely estimate the strength of 1 or 10 elephants. We'll just speak of 10,000 elephants. And this is a tiny baby. She tried to push him off, to pull him off of her breast, and she could not. She ran out into the courtyard, and she was screaming out loud, "Child, leave me, leave me, leave me, let go, let go." And then what happened? She could not keep her form anymore, and it expanded into her Rakshashi form, which was how many miles long? 12 miles long, shooting up into the sky. And as she was screaming like this, her form went crashing to the ground. And all the Brijbasis were in shock. And Mother Yashoda especially, oh my God, Mother Yashoda, she began to wonder, where is my Lala? Where is my Lala? You know, our Nemi Maharaj has a song that he used to sing, you know. And he had a few verses that he composed for different pastimes of Krishna. That song was, Krishna is so wonderful, he fills our hearts with joy. What? What is it? Can you use the mic? Yeah, use the mic. Use the mic. We have to let everyone hear this. Okay, he knows the whole verse.
Krishna is so wonderful, he fills my heart with joy when I think about the pastimes of the most adopted Lord. His face is nice and blackish like a fresh cloud of rain. And when I sing the one to hear again and again, he's supreme and absolute. He comes once in Brahma's day, when the demons are on top and the religion's holding sway. He devastates the demons with his club and his sword, and the devotees are happy and offering prayers to their Lord. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So is a demon, and his friends are demons too. This Krishna is going to kill us, so whatever shall we do? They put their heads together and they make a weird plan. I forgot. I don't remember.
Okay, and then can you remember the verse for Putana? Anyway, it's really good. Then it slows, the whole song slows down when this happens. And Mother Yashoda is looking for her little boy, Krishna. Everyone runs outside and they see this ghastly form of this Rakshashi, 12 miles long. And Mother Yashoda is looking for her Lala, and she goes where the breast is. And does it look like it looks like a huge hill. Mother Yashoda climbs up onto there, and there's her baby Krishna, simply lying there playing, you see. So these pastimes of Krishna are so extraordinary. Where was I?
Who's Putana Maharaj?
You tell. You tell us. Who's Putana?
I. So Putana, in a previous lifetime, she's also a very close associate of Kamsa. Actually, Kamsa and Putana had a fight one time, and so it was very difficult for Kamsa to overpower Putana, so he decided to make a truce, and they became buddies. So in her previous birth, Putana was the daughter of Bali Maharaj. What was her name? Navadvip, correct. So when Lord Vamanadev came to the court of her father Bali Maharaj in his dwarf-like form, he was very beautiful and very attractive. Maharaj explained that the Supreme Personality has 6 qualities of attractive features. So she was very attracted to this little dwarf Brahmin boy. She prayed, oh, I would love to have this boy like my son, so I can enjoy his association. But then as the pastime progressed, her father had promised Vamanadev 3 paces of land. But Krishna expanded himself, Lord Vamanadev expanded himself and gradually took all the kingdom of Bali Maharaj.
The whole universe.
The whole universe, but in second step, pierced into the Rupa, and the consciousness came down from the touch of his lotus foot, and then where to put his 3rd foot, because he was promised 3 paces of land. So that's when her father said, oh, I have nothing left, you've taken everything. And he realized, in spite of his Guru Dev Sukracharya's instructions, that I should surrender everything to this personality of Godhead. But because he hadn't give, before he actually surrendered, he hadn't give the 3rd phase, pigs. So he was punished and sent to lower regions and was being bound by the ropes of Osuki and punished for not fulfilling his instructions. And then he realized that he should give him his own head.
His foot pushed him down, pushed him all the way down to the lower regions.
When Bali Maharaj's daughter, when she saw her father being punished by this dwarf Brahmana boy, who she previously thought, oh, this should be my son. So then she thought, oh, I would poison that personality and kill him for this heinous act. So Krishna fulfilled her desire, and she came as and covered herself as a covered girl, and was easily undiscoverable, entered into the house of Nanda Yashoda. But then she took advantage of the second boon she asked for, and was going to kill Krishna with a poison. Also, it's very instructive. Maharaj mentioned Putana had the strength of 10,000 elephants, and she couldn't get Krishna off of her breast because he didn't want to go. But who took Krishna off of his breast, although he didn't want to go either? Mother Yashoda, because she heard the milk boiling on the stove, she wanted to go and get it because she had, through that milk, she wanted to offer Krishna so many preparations, which she can't offer with her breast milk. So even though Krishna didn't want to be put down, Mother Yashoda easily put Krishna down. Putana couldn't put Krishna down. She had the strength of 10,000 elephants. But Mother Yashoda, because she controls Krishna with her love, could easily put her garden, Nanda love, Yashoda love down.
Jai Ho. So, Prabhupada said here, when Krishna was just a small baby, the gigantic demoness Putana attempted to kill him. But when he sucked her breast, he pulled out her life. That is the difference between the real Godhead and a god manufactured in the mystic factory. Krishna had no chance to practice the mystic yoga process, yet he manifested himself as the supreme what? Personality, supreme what? Yes. At every step he manifested himself. Even from infancy to childhood, from childhood to boyhood, from boyhood to young manhood. So in this book, Krishna, all of his activities as a human being are described. Although Krishna plays like a human being, he always maintains his identity as the supreme
personality of God.
Yes. Now, since Krishna is all attractive, one should know that all his desires should be focused on Krishna. Did you know that? Huh? Everybody here? Do you understand that since Krishna is all attractive, then what? All of our desires should be focused on Krishna. So in the Bhagavad Gita it is said that the individual person is the proprietor or the master of his own body, but that Krishna, who is the super soul present in everyone's heart, is the supreme proprietor and the supreme master of each and every individual body. So as such, if we concentrate our loving propensities upon Krishna only, then immediately universal love, unity, and tranquility will be automatically realized. And when one waters the root of a tree, he automatically waters the branches, the twigs, the leaves, and the flowers. And when one supplies food to the stomach through the mouth, he satisfies all the various parts of the body. So the art of focusing one's attention on the Supreme and giving one's love to him is called Krishna consciousness. What's it called?
Krishna consciousness.
What?
Krishna consciousness.
Yes. That is the art of focusing one's attention on the Supreme and giving one's love to him. And we have inaugurated the Krishna consciousness movement so that everyone can satisfy his propensity for loving others simply by directing his love toward Krishna. The whole world is very eager to satisfy the dormant propensity of love for others, but the various invented methods like socialism, communism, altruism, humanitarianism, and nationalism, along with whatever else may be manufactured for the peace and prosperity of the world, they are all useless and frustrating because of our gross ignorance of the art of loving Krishna. Generally, people think that by advancing the cause of moral principles and religious rights, that they will be happy. Generally, people think this. And others may think that happiness can be achieved by economic development. And yet others think that simply by sense gratification, they will be happy. But the real fact is that people can be happy only by loving Krishna. How can people be happy only?
By loving Krishna.
Yes. So Krishna can perfectly reciprocate one's loving propensities in different relationships, which are called mellows or rasas. And basically there are 12 loving relationships. So one can love Krishna as the supreme unknown, right? Neutrality. As the supreme master, as the supreme friend, the supreme child, the supreme lover. These are the 5 basic love rasas. One can also love Krishna indirectly in 7 different relationships, which are apparently different from the 5 primary relationships. But all in all, however, if one simply reposes his dormant loving propensities in Krishna, then his life becomes successful. I'm reading that sentence again. Everyone repeat after me. All in all, however, if one simply reposes his dormant loving propensity in Krishna, then his life becomes successful. Everyone say, his life becomes successful. Yes. So this is not a fiction, but it is a fact that can be realized by practical application. And one can directly perceive the effects that love for Krishna has on his life. So in the 9th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, this science of Krishna consciousness, it is called the king of all knowledge, and also the king of all confidential things, and also the supreme science of transcendental realization. Yet, we can directly experience the results of this science of Krishna consciousness. Why? Because it is very easy to practice. It is very easy to practice. And it is very pleasurable. So whatever percentage of Krishna consciousness we can perform, whatever percentage we can perform, it will become an eternal asset to our life. For it is imperishable in all circumstances. So it is, and now Prabhupada is using his own accomplishment to prove what he just said. He says, it has now been actually proved that today's confused and frustrated younger generation in the Western countries can directly perceive the results of channeling the loving propensity toward Krishna alone. Yes. And it is said that although one executes severe austerities, penances, and sacrifices in his life, if he fails to awaken his dormant love for Krishna, then all his penances are to be considered useless. On the other hand, if one has awakened his dormant love for Krishna, then what is the use in executing austerities and penances unnecessarily? This is a very good equation. So the Krishna consciousness movement is the unique gift of Lord Chaitanya to the fallen souls of this age. It is a very simple method which has been actually carried out during the last 4 years in the Western countries. You see, this is at the beginning of Prabhupada's 12-year journey. So it's actually been carried out during the last 4 years in the Western countries. And there is no doubt that this movement can satisfy the dormant loving propensities of humanity. So this book, Krishna, it is another presentation to help the Krishna consciousness movement in the Western world. This transcendental work of literature is published with profuse illustrations. People love to read various kinds of fiction and to spend their time and energy. So now, this tendency can be directed to Krishna. And the result will be the imperishable satisfaction of the soul, both individually and collectively. What will the result be if that tendency to read fictitious literatures, is directed toward this book, Krishna and the Krishna consciousness movement, because people love to read various kinds of fiction and spend their time and energy that way. But now, this tendency can be directed to Krishna. And the result will be the imperishable satisfaction of the soul, both individually and collectively. Yes. It is said in the Bhagavad Gita that even a little effort expended on the path of Krishna consciousness can save one from the greatest danger. Hundreds of thousands of examples can be cited of people who have escaped the greatest dangers of life due to a slight advancement in Krishna consciousness. Yes, hundreds of thousands of examples. So we therefore request everyone to take advantage of this great transcendental literary work. One will find that by reading one page after another, an immense treasure of knowledge in art, in science, literature, philosophy, and religion, it will be revealed. And ultimately, by reading this one book, Krishna, love of Godhead will fructify. My grateful acknowledgement is due to Shriman George Harrison, now chanting Hare Krishna, for his liberal contribution of $19,000 to meet the entire cost of printing this volume. That's equivalent to 100,000 at least nowadays. May Krishna bestow upon this nice boy further advancement in Krishna consciousness. I'll make one little comment here. So I was just, I was watching a video of the person who cultivated him, Shyamasundar Prabhu. I was watching a video of Shyamasundar remembering how he came in contact with him, how he cultivated him over time, like that. And also, then Shyamasundar fast-forwarded to the day upon which George Harrison was leaving this world. It was in Los Angeles, in a big house that he owned there. And George Harrison had also associated with Shyamasundar, with Mukunda, interspersed over those years. So that disappearance of George Harrison was 2001. And who did George Harrison request to be with him in those final hours, a couple of days? He requested the two devotees who had met him and introduced him to Krishna, which is Shyamasundar Prabhu and Mukunda Prabhu. They were present with him when he departed, in the room. And the way that Shyamasundar was describing the consciousness that George Harrison was in, he actually said, I think that his consciousness was far more advanced than mine, even with all the years that he had spent with Prabhupada. And he described qualities that he had, and how dedicated he was, and how much attached to chanting. Especially, he was very attached to chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. And not only did he donate this amount for the printing of the Krishna book, but about 3 years later, he donated this huge country manor house, very expensive piece of property. He donated that to the movement, yes. And then that became Bhaktivedanta Manor. And to this day, that is the most #1 popular place outside of India, practically in the entire world, where on Krishna Janmastami Day, Today, there are at least 40,000 people that come there to the Bhaktivedanta Manor throughout the day. And they have dances and kirtans and dramas and all of that going on, the whole, from morning till evening. So, Guru Prabhupada is blessing him here. May Krishna bestow upon this nice boy further advancement in Krishna consciousness. So there is no doubt that he is in a very high body, probably now being engaged in the service of Mahaprabhu's movement as a very, very advanced Vaishnava. But of course we can only give our speculation. So anyway, then Prabhupada mentions the names of a few of his other disciples. He says, at last my ever-willing blessing are bestowed upon Sriman Shyamasundar Das Adhikari, Sriman Brahmananda Das Brahmachari, Sriman Hayagriva Das Adhikari, Sriman Satsvarup Das Adhikari, Sriman Devahuti Devi Dasi, Srimati Jadharani Devi Dasi, Sriman Muralidhar Das Brahmachari, Sriman Bhardraj Das Adhikari, and Sriman Pradumna Das Adhikari, etc., for their hard labor in different ways to make this publication a great success. Hare Krishna. This is on the Advent day of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, February 26, 1970, at the ISKCON headquarters, 3764 Watsika Avenue, Los Angeles, California. Gaur Premanandi. Gaur Premanandi. So, I want to read more, but we're going to have a kirtan now, a kirtan break, and we should sing some Krishna songs. What are good Krishna songs to sing? Oh yeah. Thanks for reminding. All right, so everybody should turn to the songbook and go to the Nanda Nandam Ashtakam. Okay? And you can find it in the index. You can find it Namami under the letter N. Namami. Here it is, Namami Nanda Nandanam. Oh, okay. So, we can sing this, and then after we sing this song, then we're going to sing what? Radha Kripa Kataksha Stavaraj. Yes. So we'll sing in unison all together. Have you found it on your phones and tablets? Sucharu Vaktra Mandala Sukarna Ratna Kondala Suchachitanga Chandana Namami Namami Nandana Namami Sudhirganeta Pankaja Shiki Shikanda Murdhaja Ananga Koti Mohana Namami Nandananda Namami Nandananda Namami Sunasika Brahmoktika Swachanda Danta Sasa Surendra Dharma Mochanam Namami Nandanam Namami Nandanam Namami Nandanam Namami Nandanam Rajangana Sunayakam Sadasika Pranayakam Jagannana Prabodhanam Namami Nandanam Namami Nandanam So now you can turn to Munindra Vrinda Vandite. Yes, Maharaj, please take a microphone and read it.
His round face is so lovely. His beautiful ears are adorned with hanging jeweled earrings, and his body is nicely anointed with fragrance and with paste. I offer pranam to that Sri Nandanandana. His eyes are elongated with like lotuses. Peacock feathers adorn his head, and he enchants millions of cupids. I offer pranam to that Sri Nandanandana. From the tip of his beautiful nose hangs an elephant burrow. His rows of teeth shine naturally like pearls, and his barley complexion shines like a fresh rain cloud. I offer pranam to that Sri Nandanandana. His hands are adorned with a flute. His majestic gait excels that of the king of elephants, and he is beautified by fine yellow garments. I offer pranam to that Sri Nandanandana. His threefold bending form is most beautiful. His nails glow like the moon, and he is adorned by priceless gems. I offer pranam to that Sri Nandanandana. His body exudes an extraordinary, enchanting fragrance, and upon his broad chest the Kaustuba gem hangs and shines along with the part of Srivats. I offer pranam to that Sri Nandanandana. He is Vrindavan's expert paramar, who dresses in a manner to enhance his charming, beautiful pastimes, and he liberates Indra from his pride. I offer pranam to that Sri Nandanandana. The exquisite lover of damsels of Braja always bestows happiness upon all divinities and enchants their mind. I offer pranam to that Sri Nandanandana. Whoever with faith recites these 8 verses, glorifying the Son of Nanda, will easily conquer the insurmountable ocean of material existence and attain shelter at his true Lord's feet. Does anyone know the author of this song? No. It's very confidential. Gurudev said that his heart emanates from Srimati Radharani, this song.
But is that unknown author in the book?
Yes, but Gurudev knew it, so he revealed it. So by chanting Nandanastakam, Srimati Radharani becomes very attractive. And next we'll chant Munindra Vindavandite, Radhakripa Kantaksha Stavaraj. spoken to Lord Shiva, to his consort Parvati. By chanting this Ragabrikpakatakshastava Astakam, then we attract Nanda Nandana, Shri Krishna.
Okay. Munindra Vrindavan Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Yashoda Nandan, Jaya Nandan Nandan, Yashoda Nandan, Jaya Nandan Nandan. Jaya Yashoda Nandan, Jaya Nandan Nandan, Yashoda Nandan, Jaya Nandan Nandan. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya, I'm trying to remember that melody. Jaya Vrindavan. There's a melody. Oh, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Mohan. Bolo Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna. Oh, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Mohan. Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Kalindi Yamuna Jaya Jaya Mahama. Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Kalindi Yamuna Jaya Jaya Mahama. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopinatha गातवंशी गाथा बदशाखना जहाँ सब लीला कहिब श्री नंदनंद कृष्ण गातवंशी गाथा बदशाखना जहाँ सब लीला कहिब श्री नंदनंद यशोदा जय जय गोपका श्री दामादि जय जय धेनु वत्सदा श्री नंदा यशोदा जय जय गोपका श्री दामादि जय जय धेनु वत्सदा Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopinatha Madan Mohan Vrishabhanu Jaya Kirtida Sundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Abhirana Hari Vrishabhanu Jaya Vrindavanama Jaya Jaya Krishna Sata Bhattu Vijara Nanda Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Vasi Jata Jaya Rama Jata Jaya Dvija Padri Jaya Nagakanyaga Bhakti Te Jahar Paino Govinda Shara Jaya Veda Bhakti Jaya Nagakanyaga Bhakti Te Jahar Paino Govinda Shara Hello! Jaya Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Shyam Jaya Jaya Rasa Leela Sarva Manora. Jai Ujjvala Rasam Sarva Rasa Bharatiya Bhave Jaha Brajite Pracha Kiya bhave jaha brujite pracha Smaran Dina Krishna Dasa Kahe Naam Sankirtan Shri Janava Para Padma Koriya Smaran Dina Krishna Dasa Kahe Shri Janava Pada Padma Smara Dina Krishna Das Kahe Naam Sankirtan Shri Premanande Nitai Gaura Premanande Nitai Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bol Shri Krishna Janmastami ki Shri Krishna Janmastami Mahamahotsav ki Jai Shri Nanda Nandan Shri Krishna ki Yashoda Nandan Shri Krishna ki Dauji Bhaiya ki Krishna Kanaiya ki Yashoda Maiya ki Nanda Baba ki Shri Brijvasi Gana ki Gopa Gopi Gana ki Shri Vrindavan Dhama ki Gokula Dhama ki Nitai Gaur Premanande. Okay. Now it's time to hear how this personality that we've been talking about, how did he come from the spiritual sky to this material world? How did that happen? And why? Why did that Bhagavan, who is the Swayam Bhagavan, in all the universes, in all the Vaikuntha region, in all Goloka Vrindavan, he's the only one. There's nobody else except him. Swayam Bhagavan. And he personally descended from Goloka Vrindavan along with who? Along with all of his parikar, his nitya parikar, gopas, gopis, cows, peacocks, trees, all the forest animals. They all came with Krishna. They didn't leave Vrindavan. They're Brijvasis. Yes. Yamuna Devi, Giriraj Govardhan, they all descended with Krishna. You know why? There's a very important reason why. Because Krishna never leaves Vrindavan. Never, never, never. Or in the voice tone of Churchill, never, never, never. So we have our never, never also. Never, never land. That's another common fairy tale thing. Peter Pan lives in Never, Never Land, where it's always like that. It's always going to be that way forever. These are all perverted, absolutely convoluted, perverted conceptions of who? Of Krishna. Of Krishna's Goloka Vrindavan planet. It's all make-believe, because that's ultimately what's in everyone's heart. Yes. So many songs are there, year after year, in popular music, all about love. Never-ending love. My love will go on, and one after the other, after the other. But every single person who sang that song of love is gone in another body. Every single person who heard that song is also gone in another body. Still searching. The only persons who are going to find that never-ending love are us. The Vaishnavas, the worshippers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, of Radha and Krishna. the highest love. There are others, they can reach Vaikuntha. They can have that rasa. But to go to Goloka Vrindavan, no. No, no, no. Only in the line of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will it be possible. And to attain the highest position of service to the Absolute Supreme and His Absolute Supreme counterparts, Sri Radha and Krishna. Only that position is attainable through Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and what is that? Palyadasi Bhav. Manjari. Parakiya Rasa. We just sang that in our song. Parakiya Rasa Bhave Brajete Prachar. It's not available anywhere else. And neither is it available in any other sampradaya to attain what? Radha Dasyam. Service to the lotus feet of Radha. As our main, motivation. So when Krishna came to this world, He brought the eternal spiritual world with Him. From Goloka Vrindavan, He brought, and as Prabhupada uses the term, He made a replica of the spiritual world on the material plane. Yes. And that place is called Bhauma Vrindavan. Bhauma means earthly. I was reading the purports of Srila Prabhupada for the first chapter of 10th canto. I was reading the last couple of days. And it's very, very interesting how Srila Prabhupada, in beginning to write his purports to the 10th canto, which of course he didn't finish, he only came up to the 13th or 14th chapter of the 10th canto. But extraordinarily, he repeats something like 3 times, 3 or 4 times, within the first 30 verses in his purports. How? By following this process of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this mission, this movement given by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in this Danya Kali Yuga, any jiva can actually develop pure Krishna prem, pure love for Krishna, as the Brijbasis feel. Yes. Rag Marg Bhakti Loke Korite Pracharan. Mahaprabhu preached this process and demonstrated this process, and all of his associates, especially the 6 Goswamis, demonstrated this process. How to live in Braj, how to perform bhajan of Radha and Krishna in Braj. In what mood? The gopis, the mood of the gopis. This is our movement. This is the movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is the mission of Rupa and Raghunath Goswamis, which Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur told in his final statements before he left this world. You can find them all very beautifully collected together by Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, and written in Bengali poetry in even, what his final statements were. But there, again and again, Srila Prabhupada Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur is telling, all of you now should unitedly preach this mission of Rupa and Raghunath. So only in the movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu can the jivas, any jiva who takes to this process, what will take place, what will happen? Srila Prabhupada explained, gradually he will ascend on the ladder of Shuddha Bhakti. As Srila Rupa Goswami told, Bhaktir Uttama, Uttam Bhakti, pure bhakti, Shuddha Bhakti. If any person sincerely follows in the line, you cannot be out of the line. If you try to go out of the line, you will not be successful. It is only in the line of disciplic succession coming down from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, from Rupa Goswami, 6 Goswamis, coming all the way down, ultimately to Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj, Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj, all. This is the line on this planet. Not that there aren't other Vaishnavas who didn't happen to take initiation in this line, this disciplic succession. There are others, but they're in the line of Rupa and Raghunath, from their own disciplic successions, coming down from great personalities, Nityananda Prabhu, Advaita Acharya, and others. But the vibrant line that is living and vital, giving the vital, is this line coming from Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. It's the only truly successful line of preaching the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu all over the world, in all different continents, countries, languages, everything. So this is of great, great fortune. But this fortune Mahaprabhu wanted, it will be given to all the jivas. And he predicted that also, didn't he? Didn't Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu make a prediction? You know what his words were? He predicted, Priti vite ache jata nagaradi gram sarvatra prachar hoibe mor nam. There's another one in a slightly different wording, I think from Chaitanya Bhagavat. But it means the same thing, that in every town and village of the earth planet, what will take place in the future? My name, Hoibe Mornam, will be preached. Every town and village. And I just want to mention that Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, this is back in the around the 1980s, after Srila Prabhupada Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj left this world, in the late 70s and then in the 1980s. And Srila Sridhar Maharaj, he told something interesting. He said, our contemporary personalities, like in the Gaudiya Math and different disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, over a period of time, they began to wonder that those words spoken by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Priti vite ache jata nagaradi gram, every town and village. And you know what he admitted? He admitted that they began to think, well, we haven't seen it happen. There's been an attempt. Prabhupada sent a couple of disciples to Europe. They tried. Nothing could be accomplished really on a larger scale. Very small accomplishment in terms of spreading it to the whole world. So that he said that some of us, we began to wonder, maybe those words that spoken by Mahaprabhu were meant to refer only to Bharat. You heard that before? Yeah? Maybe Mahaprabhu was meaning that only Bharat, yes, every town and village in Bharatvarsha, right? So Srila Sridhar Maharaj was actually mentioning this in relation to that very special personality who will be celebrating his appearance day tomorrow on Nanda Utsava Day. That is our divine Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. So Srila Sridhar Maharaj was saying this in relation to what he had accomplished, and admitting that we were thinking like that. maybe only Bharat. But when he broke through the barrier, and then he brought the Western disciples back to India. First in 67, a couple. Then in 1970, about 40 disciples. Srila Prabhupada called it something that he had spoken about in those few years. He said, we will have a world Samkirtan party. We're going to form a world Samkirtan party, and we're going to go all over the world and do Samkirtan everywhere. So guess what? He did that. He called for his disciples. By that time, there was a few that had been devotees for 2-3 years like that. And you can see all the videos, you can see all the photos, you can hear all the stories, how Srila Prabhupada introduced them in India. You know what his nickname was for all of the Western devotees? My dancing white elephants. And the devotees who were on that, they went with Prabhupada for something like almost 10 months non-stop. And Srila Prabhupada established the ISKCON movement in India with his life membership program and all. Got land in Mayapur, began building, which is going to be the largest Krishna temple in the whole world, right there in Mayapur. That's all his plan. But who also predicted this? Who predicted this would happen? Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Do you know that quote? There's 3 quotes from Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. I haven't memorized them exactly, but one of them is talking about how in the future, right here in Mayapur, at the birthplace of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all the fair-skinned Western Vaishnavas will come and raise their hands in the association of their Bengali Vaishnav brothers and sisters, and they will dance ecstatically, chanting at the birthplace of Mahaprabhu, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana. Everyone say, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana. Bhaktivinoda Thakur predicted. Bhaktivinoda Thakur also predicted in the very near future there will come a very empowered personality who will take this mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to the length and breadth of this planet. It can be none other than our Srila Prabhupada. Nobody had done that. Of course, he never considered that he was doing it. He was the servant. He was the servant. And he wrote that in his prayer on the Jaladuta, that the Mahant Guru is Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati. I am his servant. So, in this way, this Prabhupada was predicted, his coming. And Nityananda Prabhu, in the Bhaktivinoda Thakur's incredible book, Navadvip Mahatmya, he has Nityananda Prabhu showing the whole Navadvip Dham to Jiva Goswami. And what's going on in the different Leela Stalis, all throughout the 9 islands, Nityananda Prabhu is explaining all the previous centuries, even previous yugas, pastimes that took place, and how Mahaprabhu also danced everywhere in Navadvip Dham. And then Nityananda Prabhu mentioned to Jiva Goswami that in the future, right here at this birthplace of Sachinandan Gaur Hari, there will be an Adbhuta Mandir. He uses those words. Astonishing temple will be constructed at the birthplace. Huh? Well, that is there at the very birthplace, but Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, he intended that this temple will be the largest Krishna temple in the world. And so, by his energy, by his enthusiasm, by his blessings, by his mercy, that is now taking place. We're watching it happen with our own eyes. You know? So, when Krishna came down from Goloka Vrindavan, did he leave Vrindavan? Because we heard that Krishna never ever leaves Vrindavan. Did you know that Baladev also, Rohini Nandan Balaram, he also never leaves Vrindavan? What about the Gopas, the Gopis? Do they ever leave Vrindavan? No. Cows? No. But then we have the story that they went to Kurukshetra. But who is that? They're not the originals. There's Vasudev Krishna, Devaki Nandan Krishna, Vasudev Nandan, and also Baladev. His expansion is Sankarsha. So Krishna, he cannot leave. He cannot. He never has in all of eternity. He's never left. And also he can't. He doesn't have the power to leave. Why? Because of rasa. Because of rasa. He's completely controlled by the Brijbasis, especially the Gopis, and topmost control, especially Shrimati Radha Thakurani. Yes. So Krishna never leaves. So this Janmastami, do you know that this Krishna Janmastami, the actual birth of Krishna, it's going on right now. Exactly as we're reading from Srimad Bhagavatam. It's going on right now, where? In another universe. Did you know that? Every single moment, in the millions upon millions of universes, Krishna's pastimes are manifesting, one by one, one by one, one by one. And just like the sun planet moves daily through the, through the daytime and nighttime, right? And repeats that. So similarly, Krishna appears in every single universe. And what I was going to say about when I was reading Prabhupada's commentary on the beginning shlokas of the 10th canto, Prabhupada repeated this 3 or 4 times at least within the first 20 shlokas. And what was that? That if someone follows this process of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and he successfully advances and becomes completely absorbed in Krishna, in Shuddha Bhakti to Krishna, day and night, no stopping, and gradually he attains Ruchi, Asakti, and Bhav. Then, that devotee, where will he go after he has completed his duration of time within this universe, on this planet, and now he is leaving this body? Where will that devotee go? Prabhupada directly said this again and again. He will go directly to Bhoma Vrindavan in another universe where Krishna is performing his pastimes, and there he will be trained Yes, trained. He will be trained there. He will have all the moods, all the bhavs, and by the association of the Nitya Siddha Parikar. Every devotee who goes there, whether he is in Sakya Ras, Dasya Ras, Vatsalya or Madhurya, they will be trained and they will gradually advance from the initial stages of prem upward. Prem, Sneha, Pranay, Bhav, Rag, Anurag, Mahabhav, like this. So this is our, what do you say? This is our, what's the word? Like our journey. We have a specified journey that we have to complete, right? And now we are quite close. We are quite close. So, therefore, we have to associate. Without the association of the perfected, realized acharyas that have come down into this world, without hearing from them, without studying and reading what they are giving, we cannot attain these higher stages. It will not be possible, ever, ever. We must have sadhu sangha. So therefore, sadhu sangha, sarva shastre koi, lava matra, sadhu sangha, sarva siddhi hoy. All perfection, sarva siddhi hoy. It is attained, even by a small amount of sadhu sangha. But the more one advances, the more that he does not want any non-sadhu sangha at all. He only wants to be in the association of other exalted Vaishnavas, in the association of the 3 levels of Vaishnavas. He thrives on that. Therefore, he lives always in that association. So, Krishna came into this world and he performed his birth pastime. And of course, we've heard so much this last couple of classes about how Gurudev is explaining the intricacies, of Krishna being born in the prison house of Kamsa, right? And appearing in 4-armed form in front of Vasudeva and Devaki, and then Vasudeva and Devaki very reverentially, with awe and reverence, they're praying to Krishna in that Narayan form. But also, they're advanced, very advanced, and they're also Nitya Siddha Parikar. From where? From the eternal Mathura and Dwarka. There they are associated eternally. And they consider Krishna to be their son. But for Krishna's unfolding his pastimes in this universe, and in any universe, this has to take place. That Krishna is initially born in the prison house of Kamsa, right? And then Vasudeva and Devaki request him, please turn yourself into a tiny little child, which he does. And then he instructs, now carry me to the house of Nanda Maharaj in Gokul, across on the other side of the Jamuna River. And as they're crossing the Yamuna, the water is going very high, but the Yamuna gives way for Vasudeva to come. In the Bible, they have this one event, supposedly, where there was the Red Sea, and the Israelites were being chased by the Egyptians, right? And the Egyptians wanted to kill all of them. They were trying to escape from their enslavement. And then there's this gigantic sea, and they're stuck there with the armies facing them. And then Moses, he's a pretty chief figure in the Old Testament of the Bible. He raises his staff into the air and he prays to the Supreme Lord. And what happens? The waters part. You can also see the very famous movie rendition of this by the famous Cecil B. DeMille. It had some of the first kind of like special effects kind of technology in movie making, you know. And you see the waters are being parted, and then you see like the two walls of water are there, right? And they're crossing the Yamuna. They're crossing on the bottom. They're walking and running, okay? And finally the soldiers and all their horses and everything, they start chasing after them to go across the Red Sea. And then on the other side, now the Israelites come up and they've crossed. And most of them, almost all of them now, they're arriving on the other side. And then what happens? Moses lowers his arm and they're all drowned. So, you know, all the different stories, a lot of the different stories in the Bible, they're like some kind of rendition of what you find in the Vedas, in Krishna's pastimes. Even like, for example, that Jesus was in hiding, right? And he was born in a very lowly, you know, cowshed, actually. Cowshed, you know. And 3 wise men came from the east. Who were they? They're from India. They were astrologers. Right? They were exalted brahmanas. And they could read the stars and they could understand exactly where this great person had taken birth. And they brought presents for him, frankincense, myrrh, this and that, you know. And after that, what happened? King Herod did what? The king, the very evil king. He started wanting to kill all the children. Similar thing. That Krishna was brought for protection, in hiding, and then Kamsa was trying to find him, and then Kamsa had demons coming to try to kill him, like that. So, I forgot how I got onto that tangent. What? Yeah. So Vasudeva was carrying Krishna in a basket on his head. And it was raining and there was a storm, and what came over the baby? You see it in most all the paintings. Sheshnag came like an umbrella for the baby. But at one point, the waters of the Yamuna came up quite high, and Krishna slipped out of the basket into the Yamuna. I was just reading Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharti Maharaj's also his explanation of that. But then Vasudeva was very quickly able to take the baby and again put him, and then all the waters of the Yamuna, they parted so that he could go through. So it's the middle of the night, and what happens? Everyone's asleep. Why? Yoga Maya. Yoga Maya is Krishna's internal Swarup Shakti potency, and she makes everything possible. For all of Krishna's pastimes, Yoga Maya. And there's only 2 versions of Krishna's energy, controlling energies. One is called Yoga Maya and the other is called Mahamaya. Right? Which one are we in? Maha. Yes, this material world is the Mahamaya potency. But Srila Prabhupada explains very nicely that actually they're both identical. Both Mahamaya and Yogamaya are identical. And what he gives an analogy. He said just like electricity can be connected to a refrigerator and cool things, or it can be connected to a heater and, heat things. But it's the same electricity. So in the same way, Krishna's energy ultimately is spiritual and transcendental. But by Krishna's will, this domain of Maya becomes like the prison house of the jivas. So, why does Krishna come at least once in a day of Brahma to this prison house? Why does Krishna descend into the prison house of this material world? Is he required to? Is there some contract that he signed? No? Huh? What? Well, to some extent. But that's not really telling why he descends from the eternal Goloka Vrindavan planet and performs all of his pastimes here. That's a secondary reason. To save his devotees and to annihilate the demons, the miscreants, and to establish Dharma. But who was speaking that? It was Vasudeva Krishna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra who was speaking that. Okay? But Krishna, when he comes, he reveals himself, that Supreme Lord, that planet of the Supreme Lord where he eternally lives, his form, his pastimes, his associates, his entourage, everything. Why does Krishna do that? Because, as we've heard in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Prem Ras Niryas Korite Asvadan Rag Marg Bhakti Loke Korite Pracharan. And what's the next verse? Rasika Shekhar Krishna Parama Karunya E Dui Hetu Hoite Ichar Uddhama. So, what's the meaning of this? You know that shlok? What's the meaning? This is where Kaviraj Goswami is going to reveal in the 4th chapter of Chaitanya Charitamrita the confidential reasons for who descended. Krishna and Mahaprabhu, his both forms. Krishna descends, his primary reason is what? Rasika Shekhar Krishna. Because he's the supreme taster of rasa. Prem Ras Niryas Korite Asvadan. So Krishna wants to exhibit his unlimited supreme pastimes, and in doing so, it's even told there in Chaitanya Charitamrita that he's saying that I shall exhibit the pastimes, and I shall perform leelas with my personal associates, the gopis. Specifically, he's saying that even I completely am astonished. So another variety of rasa is tasted by Krishna in his descent to this world. And what's the other reason? E dui hetu hoite ichara udgama. There are 2 causes for him coming to this world. Dui hetu. First one, Rasika Shekhar Krishna. Second one, Parama Karunya. Supremely what? Merciful. That's why it's not an exaggeration when we say, Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho. He's an ocean of mercy. Krishna doesn't have to come to exhibit his pastimes, but he comes out of causeless mercy for the conditioned souls to do what? To demonstrate to them, to make a display. Prabhupada explains like that. To make a dramatic display of his eternal pastimes to attract the conditioned souls to want to come to him and be with him eternally in the spiritual world. Therefore, he descends with his divine abode within this world and with his associates, with his paraphernalia, everything he comes. So naturally, there has to be some other drama. There has to be something being portrayed so that the entirety of his pastimes can be exhibited not only in Braj, not only in Mathura and Dwarka, but all three. Why? Because this is the spiritual world. This is Krishna personally. Krishna and his immediate expansion. And they are eternally situated in Dwarka, and Krishna is eternally situated in Braja Vrindavan. Okay? So, like that, Krishna exhibits this pastime of taking birth. You see? But especially, his pastime is extremely confidential. His pastime is known by the general mass of people through Srimad Bhagavatam and other Puranic stories that Krishna took birth in the prison house of Kamsa, right? That he took birth in a prison house. To Vasudeva and Devaki, his mother and father, who were in chains and they were imprisoned in this prison house. And that's where he appeared. We just heard Gurudev describing how so many persons are now coming on Janmastami day from all around. They are coming to go and visit Krishna's birthplace there in Mathura and go inside of the very place, the location where the prison house of Kamsa was. But then Gurudev says, but this is for ordinary devotees. But those devotees who are very deeply enlightened in knowledge, they understand that actually this is not Nandanandan Krishna, Yashodanandan Krishna. He is born in Braj. He is born where in Braj? In Gokul, Mahavan. He is born there. And he is born from the womb of Mother Yashoda. And he is known everywhere as the son of Maharaj Nanda and Mother Yashoda. Forever and ever, eternally. And Krishna himself knows this. Does Krishna think, oh, I'm just pretending. Actually, I'm God. Actually, I'm the source of everything. I'm the cause of all causes. No. Yoga Maya makes it possible. We have to understand this. It's all about Yoga Maya and tasting rasa. Without Yoga Maya, the rasa cannot be expanded, cannot be tasted, cannot be displayed. Without Yoga Maya, she arranges the entire background. So when Krishna takes birth as the little baby, there are many Brijbasis who were witnessing this event. They can stand up in a court of law and they can give their testimonial. No. Krishna is not the son of Devaki and Vasudeva. No. What are you saying? No, we saw with our own eyes. Krishna took birth from the womb of Mother Yashoda. Then the umbilical cord was cut. So who are you saying that Krishna is the son of Devaki and Vasudeva? And even Krishna and Balaram, in their Braj Leela pastimes, they never think at all that they're the sons of Vasudeva. Even Baladev, Baladev, he thinks, I'm the son of Nanda Maharaj. Krishna thinks, I'm the son of Nanda Maharaj. My mother is Yashoda. So every loving transaction that every jiva's heart is hoping one day to cherish. As the human society in this material world, everyone wants to have their family, everyone wants to have their close, intimate blood relations, and they want to have all these emotions and exchanges of loving affection. Why? Because the Atma is meant to have that. Because we're part and parcel of Krishna. But what we have in this world is fading like anything very quickly. And it's false. It's not real. It's actually false. It's an illusion, a mirage created by Maya. And even the feelings and all of that. So Krishna gives the jivas an opportunity to come to the human form after millions of births in the lower species. And then Krishna arranges for the jivas to come into the proximity of the Vedic civilization and to become so much attracted to the pastimes of the Supreme Absolute Lord Bhagavan. Some of them, they become attracted to Lord Ram and his pastimes in this world as the greatest king, the perfect human being, the destroyer of Ravana and all of that. And then others, they become attracted to pastimes of Krishna. So these pastimes of Krishna that are exhibited are for attracting the hearts of the conditioned souls. That's why Prabhupada ended his preface. He ended his preface by saying, what? That anyone who wants to have a relationship with Krishna can have this relationship with Krishna as a friend, as a parent, as a beloved. Because Krishna is actually the soul of our soul. Yes. Krishna is called Atmanam. There's something, I forget the Sanskrit. Atmanam something Atmanam. Huh? No, not Aptakam. No, he is the Atma of the Atma. He is the Atma of the Atma. So when our Atma, our self, becomes connected with Krishna, and we develop our love and affection for Krishna, do you know how much love and affection we will have for Krishna? Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, there's some figure that he gives, like 10 million times more love and affection the Atma has an attachment to Krishna in his relationship with Krishna than he has for his own self or anyone else. Krishna is our beloved. So, Krishna came down out of his causeless mercy to exhibit his eternal pastimes that are going on in Goloka Vrindavan, so that the conditioned souls can now hear about them. And they can be recorded. Some souls were very fortunate to even witness some of these pastimes and to become attracted. And Krishna arranged also for some advanced souls who had previously worshipped him and previously worshipped him in the mood of Madhurya Rasa, that they could also take birth. Different categories, the different groups of different types of gopis. And they could take birth in Braj, and then they could worship Krishna and attain their eternal association with Krishna. Yes. So, all the pastimes exhibited by Krishna are for benefiting the conditioned souls. That's why this book, Krishna, that Prabhupada wrote, it is such a panacea. It is medicine. It is the aushad, the medicine for curing the disease, the heart disease that the conditioned souls have. By hearing, by reading the book about Krishna's pastimes. So that's why Srila Prabhupada launched this book in 1969, printed it, launched it, and that book began to distribute all over the Western world, translated into all different languages. I don't even know what the figures are now, if the BBT even can keep any count of it, some general, how many hundreds of millions, maybe even a billion, who knows, Yeah. And it all started, that massive book distribution started where? Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. Brihat Mridanga, the printing press. Yes. And then his disciples continued. And this particular one disciple continued in a really grandiose, hugely big way. Hugely big. And so the world has been changed. Actually, it's already been changed. Prabhupada has already said in his purports, this Krishna consciousness movement has already, because of the chanting of Hare Krishna mantra going all over the world, this Krishna consciousness movement has already saved humanity. Now it's a matter of that unfolding fully to the fullest extent and going everywhere. So Krishna's pastimes are so sweet. We're also so fortunate to have the association of our beloved Srila Gurudev Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, because guess what? The way that he told Krishna's sweet pastimes is like, it's incomparable. So therefore we say our pranam mantra to him, Shri Krishna Leela. You can all say it. Shri Krishna Leela Katane Sudaksham Audaurya Madhurya Gunaishcha Yuktam Varam Varenyam Purusham Mahantam Narayanam Tam Shirasha Namami Tridandinam Bhakta Shiromanim Cha Shri Krishna Padabja Dritaika Hridi Chaitanya Lilamrita Sarasaram Narayanam Tam Satatam Prapadye. So, although we had read the Krishna book, and I remember when we were first traveling with Gurudev on his first tours, he would call on us to stand up and tell the Kaliya pastime, or tell the pastime of Krishna killing Dhenukasura. He would call on us. And at that time, we were kind of new to Gurudev's, what was he trying to bring out? Not just mood, we felt his mood, we understood his mood, but what does he want us to say in regards to the pastimes, you know? So we did our best, and then Gurudev, he would add, and also this, and also this, and also this. So, but coming from Srila Gurudev, and especially during the Vraj Mandala Parikrama, especially coming from Srila Gurudev, hearing the pastimes that have taken place and that the 6 Goswamis revealed in Braja Bhumi and Vrindavan, hearing from Gurudev was just an incomparable experience. And his mood, that is the thing. That is the thing. Gurudev's mood, he was always overwhelmed with these transcendental, sweet, Braj Rasik moods, always remembering Radha and Krishna's pastimes. And then when he would tell some of those pastimes in the very Leela Stulis where they happened. My first experience was in 1994, and Gurudev was with us that year in most of the places, actually. So it was just amazing. So all of our Gaudiya Rupanuga Guru Varga, they're all in these moods, 24 hours a day. So many great personalities, so many great Vaishnava personalities in our line. And also disciples of Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, like Bhakti Jivan Janardhan Maharaj, and so many others. Very exalted. Their moods, their immersion in Braj Ras. But especially Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj, he became completely like occupying that position more than any other. And even in his final couple of years, he was awarded by all the Pandas and all the Mahants of Braj Mandala. They all unanimously agreed, yes, no one has done more seva for Braj Mandala than this person, Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj. And they knew him for 50 years, they had intimate relationships with him, you know. But and then they gave him the title Yuga Acharya. But we were there with Gurudev when that ceremony was going on. And so after they gave him the plaque and the title, we consider him to be the Yuga Acharya. And then Gurudev said in a very kind of soft and humble way, he said, I don't know about Yuga Acharya. There are other Yuga Acharyas, like who? Rupa Goswami. Rupa Goswami, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, you know. These are Yuga Acharyas. Then he said, but because I am preaching in this Kali Yuga. So I am preaching in this Kali Yuga. So therefore, you can consider that I'm a Yuga Acharya because I'm preaching in the Kali Yuga. He reduced it all the way down like that. So, but you know, year by year, after Gurudev has left this world in 2010, I'm appreciating more and more actually how the combination of what Srila Prabhupada gave in his books, what Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj also gave through his incredible darshans for 11 years, 1,200 hours of recorded Harikatha, and what Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj gave in his 15 years traveling the whole world, in his decades and decades in Braj, what he gave. So I'm always contemplating how fortunate to have this association. And they are present in their books. If they were not present in their books, how could everything go on? You know, they are present. Shastriya Sadhu Sangha is there. So, the whole Srimad Bhagavatam, all of the other books of Goswamis, Chaitanya Charitamrita, all of our Gaudiya Acharyas, this is the greatest treasure house existing on this planet or any other planet in the universe. And we have access to that. So, our life should become very, very one-pointed. Again and again, Srila Gurudev used to say this. You have to become one-pointed. If you're not one-pointed, you'll have to continue. You'll have to remain here for a long, 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 long time. It can be lifetimes even. But we should be one-pointed in the service of Guru, in the service of the Guru Parampara, and in the service of Gauranga Mahaprabhu. We should be one-pointed. And we should understand that nothing else in life is as important as taking the mission of Mahaprabhu, taking the example of Harinam Sankirtan that Mahaprabhu and Nityananda and his associates all demonstrated, and performing that in our life. Srila Prabhupada wrote, it's a very easy process. Very easy. He wrote that. So many places. So he said, it is easy for the simple-hearted, but very difficult for the crooked. Crooked, you know, not straight and simple. So we have to become free from all hypocrisy, All Kapatya Kuti Nati. That's why Manasiksha is there by Raghunath Das Goswami, because we will have to come to that standard. And we should do it sooner rather than later. Because later we don't know where we'll be. But we should do it now, while we have this human body. Whatever time is remaining, nobody knows. Every day I'm seeing on Facebook some post that another God brother has left, another God sister, another disciple of our Srila Prabhupada has left, another even disciple of Srila Narayan Raj has left. Tulavati. You remember Tulavati? Just like a month ago. Tulavati, yeah. You know, there was a beautiful picture of her. Her daughter took a photo, posted it. They're asking devotees to help to bring her ashes here to Yamuna. But like this. So we don't know. Nobody knows how much time is remaining in this body. Even if you're younger, you don't know. You can assume, that's all. Like children, when I grow up, I'm going to be this, I'm going to do that. When I grow up, right? And you have a pretty good chance of growing up and coming to adulthood and going through your life. But there are also children that die. Is that true or not? Sure is. Even devotee children. But one thing is sure and certain, that we will be brought to a very auspicious destination. Therefore, a devotee has no fear at all. And is completely ready at any moment, like the Christians like to say, "Come take me, my Lord." You know? Devotees are ready. We have to be that way. And Krishna will arrange everything as He has been doing for millions and millions of lifetimes. He's been with us in our heart, in all the different bodies, in all the different species. And Krishna's arranging everything. So now Krishna will arrange for us to directly come to Him very, very soon. So that should be our mood on Janmastami day. Krishna's pastimes are so sweet. Are they not? These are His Madhurya pastimes. All of them, from His birth until departure. So to complete today's session, I'm going to read some words by Srila Kavi Karnapur in his incredible book, Ananda Vrindavan Champu. Okay, Ananda Vrindavan Champu. So chapter 1, you know, this book, Gurudev also commented that the only pastimes that Kavi Karnapur wanted to write about are Krishna's Braja pastimes. And he excluded anything else that was not Krishna's Braja pastimes, including Akrura's arrival in Braj and so forth. Especially Krishna's leaving on the chariot. No, he didn't write about that. How did he complete? Ras Leela pastimes, holy pastimes, Julan swing pastimes. He completed his book like that. And then at the end of that, such a beautiful way. I didn't get a chance to read it the other day when we were reading it, but Kavi Karnapur winds up his entire book with these words that I'm going to read right now. Yes. He says, Sri Krishna, He enacts two types of eternal pastimes, the manifest and the unmanifest. And with the description of Radha and Krishna's swing festival, I, Kavi Karnapur, the crest jewel of Rasikas, I conclude the book entitled Ananda Vrindavan Champu, which parallels the Vrindavan pastimes of the Lord described in the Srimad Bhagavatam. I have not described the Bhagavatam chapters about the gopi songs in separation, about the killing of Arishta and Keshi, about the coming of Akrura and entering the arena of Kamsa, because, why didn't I describe? Because I consider them unsuitable to the sweet mood of Madhurya Vrindavan. So he says that the confidential pastimes of Krishna, who is the embodiment of transcendental wonder, they are eternal by nature, and they are constantly present in their manifest and their unmanifest forms. What is the proof? What is the proof that Krishna's transcendental abode of Vrindavan exists eternally, though invisible to the material eye? In answer to this query, the Srimad Bhagavatam states, and now he's quoting practically one of the last final verses of the Bhagavatam. What is that? You know which one? Jayati jananivaso devaki janmavado yaruvara parishatsvair durbir asyanna dharmam stirachara vrijjanagna susmita shri mukena vrajapura vaditanam vardhayan kamadevam. So this is really a very, very extensive, deep meanings are in this shloka, which are explained by our acharyas, but here, in a simple way, he's telling, Lord Sri Krishna is he who is known as Jana Nivasa, the ultimate resort of all living entities, and who is also known as Devaki Nandan, or Yashoda Nandan, the son of Devaki and Yashoda. He is the guide of the Yadu dynasty, and with his mighty arms he kills everything inauspicious, as well as every man who is impious. And by his presence he destroys all things inauspicious for all living entities, moving and inert. His blissful smiling face always increases the lusty desires of the gopis of Vrindavan. So may he be all glorious and happy. Jayati Jananivasa. So now Kavi Karnapur is saying that the eternal nature of Krishna's pastimes is established by using the present tense in the Bhagavatam verse quoted above. It should be understood that the eternality of Krishna's pastimes is preserved by his inconceivable energy, his Achintya Shakti. This spiritual energy produces both manifest and unmanifest abodes. One cannot say that Krishna, who possesses inconceivable energy, that he does not have the power to maintain eternal places of manifest and unmanifest pastimes? No, we cannot say that. Nor can it be said that his young lovers, the lotus-eyed gopis of Vrindavan, cannot be divided into different groups, and as Nitya Siddha gopis and Sadhan Siddha gopis, like the Shruticharis and the Municharis. And nor can Vrindavan, the place of his transcendental pastimes, exist in an unmanifest state. Why can't the pastimes of Hari and Vrindavan be both manifest and unmanifested eternally? Why not? O person fond of arguing, give an answer to this one question. Do the manifest and the unmanifest pastimes exist eternally and simultaneously? There are millions of universes, and as a particular pastime ends in one universe it simultaneously manifests in another. If they do not start in a particular universe, then what is the question of disappearing? So according to this method, the manifested pastimes remain eternally and always situated at some particular place. It is just like the sun, seemingly moving through days and nights and appearing sequentially in all the 7 continents. Now, although a pastime seems to disappear in one universe, it actually continues to exist there, in that universe, in unlimited, unmanifest forms. It reveals itself through different characteristics as described in Sanatana Goswami's Brihad Bhagavatamrita. So how could one Krishna simultaneously enter different temples to marry each of the 16,000 women along with the inhabitants of Dwarka, and also manifest himself in many forms along with forms of all his elders such as Vasudeva? Just as Krishna, without any assistance from his expansions, he manifested many forms of himself and his associates in Dwarka, so could he not also manifest such things in Vrindavan? The Srimad Bhagavatam conclusively proves that Krishna is full of unlimited powers. And though he stays eternally in Vrindavan, unmanifest, he goes off to Mathura. In his unmanifest form, Krishna stays in Vrindavan, and he eternally performs pastimes with the gopis. And Krishna always burned in separation from the gopis in his manifest form. So it is said, therefore, that nothing is impossible or astonishing for the Supreme Person, Yashodanandan, who is full of unlimited powers and beyond all conceptions. So if Krishna, as Devaki Nandan, showed such greatness in marrying all the princesses, could he not do much, much more as Yashodanandan? His most perfect and complete manifestation, could he not do in his, if he can do that in Dwarka, can he not do that in his most original, perfect and complete manifestation in Braj as Yashodanandan? So all such things perfectly befit the unlimited nature of Krishna. So Kavi Karnapur, the son of Shivananda Sen, whose very life is Sri Chaitanya, has written this champu with a wealth of poetic knowledge, and it has arisen by the mercy of Sri Krishna Chaitanya and by the pure intelligence attained from remembrance of the lotus feet of Srinath. Shri Shri Gandharvika Giridhari Ki Jai. Gaur Premananda. Wow. Wow. So just to complete today's class, this I'm reading about, because tomorrow is going to be our program here at the same time. We will not go as long as today because nobody is taking prasadam today. So we had lots of extra time today. And very soon in the temple room at about 5-ish, right? At about 5. Well, they should be starting kirtan pretty soon also. And then from 5 until midnight. Yes. So the thing is that the description that Kavi Karnapur gives of the morning when Krishna, when the Brijvasis wake up, and the night before Krishna was born. And the Brijbasis were up late with Mother Yashoda and so forth. But now in the morning time, Mother Yashoda also awakens. And who's lying at her side? Krishna. Yes. But we also heard from our acharyas that twins were born from Mother Yashoda. But there's no baby girl there, there's no twins, only Krishna. So, those two twins, they were also not seen by Vasudeva. When Vasudeva came to exchange the child Krishna, he only saw one. He saw a baby girl. Why? Because that Nanda Nandan, Yashoda Nandan Krishna, this other Krishna brought by Vasudeva merged into him, and he was no longer visible. And then Vasudeva thought, okay, I will take this other baby back. And then the whole mystery of the 8th child that will kill Kamsa continued all the way through, all the Braj pastimes, all the Braj Leelas, and he made every single effort until Krishna decided, okay, we've had enough of this. And he got on the chariot of Akrura in his expansion. That's when the Vasudeva expansion again came out of him, you see. But Krishna Nandanandan didn't leave on the chariot, he stayed in Braj. Yes, both Balaram and Krishna, they stayed in Braj. But it appeared that they went to Mathura on the chariot of Akrura. Why? Because they are the expansions. They're not the originals who always eternally live in Braj. So when, when the message came through Akrura that all the Brijbasis are being invited to a very big event, and the Dhanur Yagya, and it's wrestling matches and all of this. So they all thought, oh, let's go. And then Nanda Maharaj ordered everyone, all the Brijbasis, take all of your extra milk, yogurt, butter, everything. We'll bring it. And bring as many gifts as possible for the king, because they're Vaishyas. And they're very wealthy Vaishyas. So that's customary for them to do that. So, but Kamsa, he had everything set up. Because the demons, you know what happens with the demons? They always have a plan, don't they? Don't the demons always have a plan? Yeah? They've always got a big, grandiose plan, how they're going to become the biggest leaders, kings, rulers, owning everything, controlling everyone, because they're demons. So they always have that plan. So Kamsa, he had been planning very diligently that Krishna ain't going to make it to the wrestling arena. But if he does, I got my backup plan. Okay? So, what happened? Do you remember? But that's true. Yeah, but I guess that's in a different category. I was going to say that when Krishna and Balaram began to walk through Mathura, then they met a washerman who wouldn't give clothing to them. So what did they do? What did they do to him? Bye-bye, washerman's head. Separated from the body, bye-bye. And then Krishna and Balaram started to take the clothes that they wanted. And then he came to a person who was making flower garlands, right? Yes, and the person making the flower garlands was really attracted to Krishna and very pious and probably a devotee, and he so lovingly, with affection, he garlanded with his best garlands Krishna and Balaram. So they blessed him. Then what happened? Was it Kuvalayapid? What? Oh yeah. Yeah, there was a hunchback lady who was all arranged by Krishna's Yogamaya potency for this particular jiva to get the benediction of Krishna. And she's actually an eternal associate. But she took this form, and then she was attracted to Krishna, very attracted to Krishna. And Krishna could understand that she was very attracted to him, even though she was very beautiful looking, but she is hunchback. So then what did Krishna do? Krishna said, "Oh, come here." Krishna put his feet on top of her feet and stretched from her chin, right? Just took her and straightened her out. So, the ultimate chiropractor, the ultimate. So, all of us are hunchbacked, and we need to be straightened out by Krishna. You understand? Okay? You need to get straightened out here. Yes. So anyway, then the pastime continues later on. And then he was coming towards what? Where the bowl was. The bowl was it inside of the arena or adjoining the arena? Something like that. But what was that bowl? The bowl of who? Lord Shiva. And it was gigantic. Do you know how many men were required to lift and move that bowl? 300. Yes. So now they knew that there was going to be this ceremony with this bowl. So Krishna and Balaram went in there, and they looked at the bowl, and they said, "Oh, this is going to be fun." And then they had to string the bow, and they took the bow, gigantic bow, and they bent it in order to string the bow. And what happened? Cracked in half. Yes. So then they came back out from there, and there was a big, gigantic elephant. We always see him painted kind of blackish, but huge, like the biggest amongst all the elephants, you know. And Kamsa had directed the elephant trainer and the elephant, driver of the elephant, that don't let Krishna enter the arena. Kill him first. Kill both of them first. So it was being directed that by the elephant driver to try to crush Krishna. But no matter what the elephant tried to do, Krishna evaded. He just very easily, he evaded. And then what did Krishna do? You know how it went? No. Tail. He dragged the elephant like 100 yards by his tail. And the elephant was screaming and screaming. Then what happened? Because the elephant still kept trying to use his tusks to kill Krishna and Balaram. So, who went up on top of the elephant? Krishna. No, wait. First, no, he didn't go up on top, did he? I'm forgetting now. Anyway, Krishna, with his fist, he came, the elephant's big, huge, gigantic head, pulled his trunk down, and he completely crushed the elephant in his forehead, and the elephant fell down dead. Yes. Then what did Krishna and Balaram do? They said, "Oh, look at these beautiful ivory tusks. Let's take them. This can be our memento, that we'll remember all the fun that we had here." And then they took them on their shoulders.
Didn't Krishna also be the elephant driver with the tusk?
Oh yes, thank you. Yeah, he took the tusk and he beat the elephant driver to death right on the spot. Bye-bye, elephant driver. And then Krishna and Balaram, I think they took rest that evening, right? Or was that when Krishna went to Kubja's house? I forget now. But anyway, they came to the outskirts of the city, where Nanda Maharaj had all of his bullock carts and everything, and he again came with Nanda Maharaj, and so they spent the night there. And then in the morning, maybe I'm getting some of the details, like with the breaking of the bow and this and that, but anyway, then Krishna and Balaram came, strolling into the wrestling arena of Kamsa. And there was a plan. So when Krishna came into the wrestling arena of Kamsa, Devaki and Vasudev were still in chains, and they were standing up higher up, because in the arena they had different levels, and they were standing up near to Kamsa. And as Krishna entered the wrestling arena, the residents of Mathura saw Krishna for the first time. They had heard about Krishna their whole lives. At least for those childhood pastime years of Krishna's, they had heard about Krishna so many times. Because why? Because fruit sellers and other sellers, they used to go to Vrindavan and they would hear all the pastimes of Krishna and everything. So the Mathuravasis, they knew about this incredibly beautiful, powerful boy named Krishna who kills all kinds of demons. But especially there was one category of Mathuravasis. And who were they? The Mathura Ramanis. The Ramanis. Very young, beautiful girls, the Mathura Ramanis, who when they saw Krishna, they were so overwhelmed with Krishna's beauty. Krishna was so attractive, they never saw anything, even millions of times less than Krishna's beauty and attraction. But you know, they understood one thing. This Krishna, this cowherd boy, we're seeing him entering into this arena, this wrestling arena in a big, big city. Still, he looks very beautiful, but the gopis of Vrindavan see him all the time in the natural, beautiful environment of Braj, of Vrindavan, and they sing with him and they dance with him and they have all these pastimes with him. Oh, how fortunate. Yes, how fortunate they are, the Mathura Ramanis, telling like this. But you know, there were many different categories of Mathura Vasis who were up, high in the we call it like in the seated areas, in the circular arena, so they were also seeing Krishna. And there's a beautiful shloka which is describing how the different categories saw Krishna according to their own perception. Like for example, the yogis who were there in the arena, when they saw Krishna, do you know what they saw him as? The Super Soul, the Paramatma. Here's the Paramatma walking right here in front of us. Who else? Can you remember any of the other categories? No, he goes last. Yeah, the wrestlers also saw him. But what other categories of spectators were in the audience? The women of Mathura who saw Krishna, they said, "Oh, what a beautiful boy. How we, if only we could have a son like him." You see? And yeah, I can't remember right now all the details, but of course, when the wrestlers saw Krishna, okay, why don't you take the mic and read it? Yeah.
Nृणां नरवरा स्त्रीणां स्मरो मूर्तिमान् गोपानां स्वजनसतां क्षितिभुजां शास्ता स्वपित्रो शिशु मृत्योर्भोजपतेर्विरादविदुषां तत्त्वां परां योगिनां वृष्णीनां परदेवतेति विदितो रङ्गां गता साधुजा. The various groups of people in the arena regarded Krishna in different ways when he entered it with his elder brother. The wrestlers saw Krishna as a lightning bolt.
The wrestlers, they saw him as a lightning bolt.
The men of Mathura as the best of males.
Wow.
The women as Cupid in person. The cowherd men as their relative. The impious rulers as a chastiser. His parents as their child. The king of the Bhojas as death. The unintelligent as the Supreme Lord's universal form. The yogis as the absolute truth. And the Vrishnis as their supreme worshipable deity.
Wow, yeah. So wonderful. So what does that prove? That proves that Krishna is actually the supreme absolute center of all existence. He is like the center. Just like there's, a circle and then there's the point in the center. So Krishna is the absolute center of all creation, of all living entities, and they all will see him in their own particular mood, their rasa. So Kamsa is seeing Krishna for the first time. This very person who he was so fearful of, he tried everything in his power to get rid of him, right? Because that's what demons do, don't they? Demons always try to get rid of any person who is an obstacle in their path. This is the whole history of the entire world and the entire universe, yuga after yuga. Demons always try to eliminate their competition. Yes, always. They're doing it right now too. Trying. But the thing is, Gurudev said, the demons always have their big plans, but guess what? Their plans have a loophole. Krishna arranges that there's always a loophole. And what happens? That plan is absolutely confounded and finished. And they themselves, the demons, they're all killed. So Kamsa, of course he didn't want to be killed, because he's thinking, I have a very comfortable life now. I'm the king. All the other kings have been conquered by me and subdued by me. So, yes, this prediction that the 8th child will kill me, I'm very powerful and I can do away with him. But year by year, Kamsa started thinking, what's going on here? I'm sending all my demon friends and they never return. What's happening? So now he came up with the ultimate plan. Okay, we'll bring him here. And we'll arrange that there's wrestlers and that there's big elephants and all of these various obstacles so that he will be finished. Yes. So now the wrestlers were there waiting, and when Krishna and Balaram came, but you know what? The wrestlers were huge, humongous, gigantic, you know, and Krishna and Balaram were small in comparison to them. I mean, they were grown-up adult forms by then, teenage forms. But these wrestlers, the people in the arena, they started looking and they said, "What? What is this injustice? These young, soft, tender, young boys are going to be put into the arena with these gigantic, humongous, super powerful wrestlers? Oh, this is an injustice. We protest. We will not watch this. This is horrible. This is horrible." But what did Krishna and Balaram think? They thought, "Oh, this is going to be fun." Because, and the cowherd boys also came, you know, they were in the arena. And so the cowherd boys, they all understood that Krishna, nobody can defeat him. So they're just waiting to see the fun unfold. And so these, you know, these big wrestlers, Krishna and Balaram, they started to go, what was it? Hand to hand, shoulder to shoulder, thigh to thigh or something. There's a stance where the wrestlers first start out. That's being described in the Bhagavatam, right? So then, now the wrestling begins. And Krishna, the two wrestlers were named Chanur and Mushtika. Which wrestler was fighting with Krishna? Ah, see? Yeah, might be, I think, Chanur. And Balaram was fighting with Mushtika. It's a great name for a wrestler, Mushtika. So they're fighting. They began to fight. They began to wrestle. And these wrestlers, they were very surprised because they thought it was going to be quite easy to take down these boys, but they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. They tried. They kept trying. And now they became furious. And now they were fuming and breathing heavily. And what happened? They started pounding with both of their fists on the bodies of Krishna and Balaram. But what did Krishna and Balaram feel? That was like flower petals being thrown at them. Huh? Yes. So everyone in the whole arena, they were like booing, and they were very, very fearful and upset to see this. So then Krishna and Balaram, now they had enough. And so each one of them took these wrestlers. I forget how they did it. I haven't read that in a long time. They kicked them in the heads. They kicked the wrestlers in the heads. And what happened then? Did they survive the kicks? No way. And they fell toppling to the ground with a big crash. So now, Kamsa had another backup plan. He had his armies waiting that if Krishna and Balaram would win, they would not be defeated. Then what? The armies would come. So Krishna and Balaram, they thought, wow, more fun. And then the armies, they began running. And Krishna and Balaram was just ripping them apart, throwing them here and there, slaughtering them, blood everywhere. and then they were finished. Now Krishna took his gaze at this person standing up there, and he saw Devaki and Vasudeva right nearby. And so now Krishna, just like a lion, is now going to catch the prey in the forest, in the jungle, gigantic prey, like an elephant. A lion is going to take down this elephant. So Krishna went straight across. He ran across. He jumped up into the stands. He took hold of Kamsa with his hands. No. First of all, he pulled him off of the stands, threw him down to the ground, jumped down on him. Yes. And then he mounted on top of him and began boom, 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 boom. Kamsa was finished. Finished forever. Yes. But now, the sound of the people in the room, in the arena, they were all like amazed, and they were cheering for Krishna, and they were cheering that this nasty king was killed. But in order to assure Vasudeva, Devaki, and the others that he's definitely dead, what did Krishna do? Just like a lion drags its dead prey around and around. So that was the end of Kamsa. That was his end at the hands of Krishna. Gaur Premanande.
Hari Hari Bol.
And he released Vasudeva and Devaki.
Yes, and that's a whole nother story, how Krishna, but we don't have time now, because guess what time it is? It's 10 after 4, and we've been here for, what, 5 hours? Huh? Nearly, yeah. And it's just like time just went by really quickly. Yes, on Janmastami day. So Shri Krishna Janmastami Maha Mahotsav Titi Ki Jai. Transcendental appearance day of Swayam Bhagavan Nanda Nandan Yashoda Nandan Shri Krishna Ki Jai. Jai Shri Rupanuga Guru Varga Ki Jai. Granthara Shrimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai. Dasha Skanda Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Samagata Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande. Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare
Jaya Sati Nanda
Giridhari Radha Vinod Bihari Ji ki jai. Shri Krishna Janmastami ki jai. Shri Krishna Janmastami Mahamahotsav ki jai. Shri Krishna Abhishek ki jai. Gaur Premanandi. Vrindai Tulsi Debai Priyai Keshavasya Cha Krishna Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavachai Namo Namaha Vansha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Eva Cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. All glory to the assembled devotees. Sya Slava Sabrafyam Sya Priyadanim. Hare Krishna. Sripad Bhaktivedanta Sajjan Maharaj ki jai.